Hey, everybody. Hope you had a good day yesterday. So today we're starting with segment 5, where we're starting to address vagal tone for the heart muscle itself. Yesterday, towards the end of the day, we were doing the heart rate, which is more the function of the heart. Here we're going just for the whole heart muscle, right? It helps to reduce like stress in the heart, tension in the heart, you know, helps the heart function overall a bit better. So with that, you have choices of rosemary camphor, marjoram cistus, Javanese turmeric. I know that's a weird choice, but or heart vagal tone, which is in the optional kit. So we're going to do that pattern that we did yesterday towards the end of the day. So get the oil ready that you're working with. Before we get started, let's just check in with how we feel. Like observe our body, check in with our body. Okay, and then with whatever oil you're using, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the solar plexus, the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Go a little bit deeper into the internal organs, from below the ribs down to the navel. Now let's move to the back solar plexus, the mid back area, that area below your shoulder blades on the mid back. You're holding your attention and awareness there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. It's been on. So I've just been exploring. Now, if you can, move your awareness to the diaphragm. If you can't, keep your awareness on that back solar plexus. And then just pause and let it go for a moment. Just pause and let it go. Go ahead and start inhaling again. Your awareness is on your lungs. And then your back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. And taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between the shoulder blades, the back heart. And then again, just let go. Just let go. Okay, so we're going to that area, the tops of the shoulders. Our awareness is on the tops of the shoulders. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on tops of the shoulders. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the sides of your neck. Your awareness is on the sides of your neck, each side of your neck. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. You're just pausing and being still. Let's move to the jaws where they hinge in front of the ear on each side. And now go to the sides of your head, the whole side of your head, this upper area right up here. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then you're pausing and you're letting go. You're just letting go. How's that feeling for you so far? Okay, you're on your ajna, that area between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your forehead where your hairline is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just be still. Okay, we're going to go through it again. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your front solar plexus. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go a little bit deeper into the internal organs. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move to your back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on your back solar plexus. Now, if you can put your awareness on the diaphragm, let's do that. And if you can't, keep your awareness on the back solar. And then move your awareness to the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness from the lungs to the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. And then go from the back heart to the tops of your shoulders. Each side, the tops of your shoulders. Your awareness is on tops of your shoulders. What does this feeling do? Move to the sides of your neck, each side of your neck. Move your awareness to the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Do the sides of your head, the whole side of each side of your head. Your awareness is on each side of your head. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the forehead where the hairline is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and just let go. Okay. How about we take a little break? I know it's close to lunch, but we'll take a little break. You guys just did a nice long process. And then we'll come back and we'll talk for a little bit and probably start a process. So we'll come back at 20 after. Hey, everybody. So we did a process before we did that break, and I think it was probably deeply relaxing for you if that's what is your experience, yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
And so let's go ahead and do shares and questions, and we'll see what time we have left, and we'll do a little process with whatever time we have left before lunch, I should say. So
You can
yeah.
unmute yourself, type in. I mean, I vaguely remember the first time we taught this class, like it literally feels different on the heart. Like,
Your chest feels
yeah, the
different,
chest
and
feels different.
yeah,
Yeah. In a like more relaxed, less
Mhm.
stressed kind of way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a big one. You wouldn't really think like unless you had some issue there, you wouldn't think like, oh, it's going to be that impactful, and then you do it, and it's like, because like a lot of times when we have, like I think a couple of people were having something happen yesterday where like maybe old sad feelings or old like kind of hurt feelings or painful feelings were coming out, and they're like held in the body, they're held in the nervous system, that patterns in the nervous system. That's the thing with something like pain is, we talk about physical pain but also psychological pain. We think of it as like, ouch, it hurts, how do I make the pain go away, when really what's happening, especially with something that's been there for a little while, is that, I know this sounds really weird, but pain is like a kind of protection. Like it lets you know, like, hey, there's a wound here, or this area got compromised, or something happened here. And so it tries to make the body be like more careful about this particular area. And yes, it can happen physically, obviously, but also emotionally. Sometimes when we go back and we go, ah, there's pain there, it's not necessarily like the trauma of like this person said mean things to me. It's more that like there's the perception of either the body or the mind that like, ah, there was a wound there and we need to protect from it happening again, right? And this idea of needing to protect, it kind of is like how the body perceives it, right? And so if it sees that like, oh, this was a wound that was compromised, we're vulnerable, it might happen again, or it might get worse, the body then goes, or the brain goes, let's make this hurt a little bit so that we're more careful, or that we protect this area because it's been injured. So if it's painful, then the tendency is we're going to protect it more. And we don't really think of pain as like a protective mechanism. We think of it as a pain in the butt that we need to make go away. But it usually means the body is feeling compromised, or the mind is feeling compromised in some way, somehow. And so when we go through and we treat the the cardiovascular system, and here we're treating the physical heart, we don't really think of the heart as like, oh, my feelings got hurt, or, you know, something like somebody stabbed me in the heart. We don't think of the like physical pains, but old emotional pains, old, mental pains, even old injuries where the body got compromised and there's like some pain there. Um, the body wants to protect from that happening, and so it generates pain. And the heart and the cardiovascular system, very heavy on the like psychological pains, the wounds from the past, and we don't really think of that as the thing that compromises the cardiovascular system, but to a certain extent it does. And so as we go through and we unwind this, you're unwinding that neurological pattern that can linger within the cardiovascular system or in, some of the functions or anatomy of that system. And as you unwind these things, like you're letting go of those old patterns, it's not the issue is like, oh, I don't want to let it go or something like that. It's that the body is in a place where if it feels that it's compromised and that we're not aware of it and we need to protect that area, the pain will be there. Like it's just how the body works. And so the more we kind of unwind this, you're just letting go of old neurological patterns that probably haven't served you for a very long time, very, very long time. But it's like an app on your phone just running in the background. It's just there, and it's maybe not something you think about, but something's happening, and it's trying to protect you some way, somehow.
We had somebody share during the process feels so spacious.
Yeah.
Someone said, I had an unhappy memory come up during the process. When we started today, what did Greg say about segment 3 and 4? I was just, it was just a summary statement about segments 3 and 4.
Oh, it's about recovery. Like segment 3 and 4, it's like when you go out and you exert yourself and you put in some effort, or maybe you get upset, or the body got injured a little bit. That that ability to recover is tied to your heart rate. And that's what segment 3 and 4 was about, was heart rate. And so it just increases the potential for recovery. Mm,
Thank you.
yeah.
All right, I think we're ready to delve into
Okay.
6 or whatever you want to do next.
Yeah, we kind of
Oh, yeah, we're kind
we can kind of get maybe 6 rolling, and then we'll finish it after lunch. How's that?
yeah.
So let's go to segment 6. Fur Fraser, Sylvester Pine, Spikenard, Neroli Benzoin, or the blend Heart Dysregulation, which is in the optional kit. So you're inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. That area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Move in a little bit deeper to the internal organs below your ribs, all the way down to your navel. Now, move your awareness to the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, if you can, move your awareness there to the diaphragm. If you can't, stay on the back solar plexus. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. We are on the tops of your shoulders, the very tops of your shoulders, each side. Go to the sides of your neck, each side of your neck. Your awareness is on the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on the jaws. Your awareness is on the jaws. Move your awareness to the sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of the head, each side of your head. The area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Your awareness is on your ajna. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the forehead. And then pause and be still. Notice how you feel. So this is addressing dysregulation in the heart muscle, the cardiac muscle. So we're going to do another round, but we're going to do it after lunch, right? So try to have a nice little relaxing break there, get some food or take a nap, do a walk or something. And we'll come back at 1:30. So an hour and a half from now. We are moving over to the Astara Sacred Space. So if you want to join us for that, it's just a little 20-minute process. Um, so join us if you can, and if not, we'll see you at 1:30. Or I guess we'll see you at 1:30 regardless. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And before lunch, we were in the middle of segment 6, so we're going to do another round of segment 6. So again, for Fraser, Sylvester Pine, Spikenard, Neroli, Benzoin, or the blend heart dysregulation, which is in the optional kit. And this pattern helps to improve vagal tone. Okay. So again, we're inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Still on that front solar plexus, that area below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Now, from the front solar plexus, move your awareness into the internal organs. Your awareness is on the internal organs. Your awareness is on the internal organs. You're taking a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, that mid back area, below your shoulder blades, the back solar plexus. Slide to the diaphragm, and if that's too hard, then just stay on the back solar plexus. Now, move your awareness to the lungs. To what? Mm, mm. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Then go to the tops of the shoulders, the tops of the shoulders up here. Then move your awareness to the sides of your neck. Your awareness is on top of the shoulders. Move your awareness to the sides of your neck. Your awareness is on the sides of your neck. Your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. The sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Your ajna, that area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the forehead where the hairline is. And pause and be still. Just being still. Notice how you feel. How do you feel? Settle in. So we're going to do like the two-fisted thing, but we'll do a little break first. You know, we have plenty of time. It's nice to do just a nice casual like little process and let it integrate. So we'll take a break and we'll come back at 25 after, and then we'll do the two-fisted shortcut and we'll do Q&A. So, hey, everybody, let's come on back. And so let's take oils from segment 5 and put it in your left hand, and take oils from segment 6 and put it in your right hand. And we're going to do our two-fisted quick treatment. Okay, so here we're treating the cardiac muscle, the physical heart, right? And it is muscle, right? And so the area in the body that directly impacts that, especially for a quick treatment, is the bottom of the tailbone, right? So we're going to begin inhaling with the oil on our left hand, and your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. Put the oil in your left hand. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Now switch to the oil in your right hand. Your awareness is still on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Again, the change your hand. Move to the other hand. And move your awareness to the other hand. That wasn't going to quite get it. So you're inhaling with your left hand. Your awareness is still on the bottom of the tailbone. Switch to your right hand. You're inhaling with the oil in your right hand. You're still keeping your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. And let's do it again. Go back to the left hand. Your awareness is still on the bottom of your tailbone. You're inhaling with the oil in your left hand. Your awareness is still on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now switch your to your right hand. You're inhaling with your right hand. Your awareness is still on the bottom of the tailbone. So pause and be still. We're actually going to do a little bit more of this two-fisted approach, but I thought we'd talk about it for a little bit and you can share some experiences or ask questions. But the bottom line is you're working your cardiac muscle, right? You're working the muscle itself. And basically what you're doing here by increasing vagal tone and diminishing dysregulation, or another way of saying that is you're diminishing the stress that is on the heart or in the heart, and you're increasing the ability of the heart's uh, you're increasing the potential to shake off, stressful events or just overall stress there, right? So basically, you're addressing body tension, right? Body tension. And so tension in the cardiac muscle would translate into anxiety. It's not the only cause of anxiety, but if there is tension in the physical heart, the person is going to tend to be a little bit more anxious, a little more agitated, greater potential for anxiety attacks and eventually panic attacks. And so, there's other reasons and other sources of panic attacks, but the aspect of treating this in the cardiovascular system, that is what it is. It's the stress and the tension in the cardiac muscle. Over the years, I've treated people with really severe panic attacks, and it's kind of implied that it's emotional, but it's like lower emotion. It's actually body related, and so some of them are a little bit more associated with the respiratory system, but others being the cardiovascular system. And I would say the ones that are associated with the cardiovascular system are actually a little harder to treat. You a little bit harder to access that tension in the cardiac muscle. And so, this is a very straightforward approach. The whole segment 5 and 6 addresses it, but a quick treatment is this two-fisted approach. And, you know, it should help you to feel a little bit more relaxed, a little bit greater sense of well-being, but also that idea sometimes of um, that feeling that something bad's about to happen, or the other shoe's going to drop, or, you know, whatever the sayings are. You know, sometimes this is coming from the tension in the cardiac muscle. And so it's not always our past, and it's not always things that have happened to us. I mean, it could be a byproduct of things happening to us, still putting the tension in the muscle, but it's not the story that's impacting the cardiac muscle. It's just the tension, right? If the tension's there. And so even though we might have resolved these past issues, that tension still remains. So going through and treating something like this over a period of time, I mean, can have quite a profound effect on your emotions and your psyche, and just how you feel overall. You'll notice that you feel a little bit more chill, even when things are like kind of stressful. You'd go, that used to stress me out really bad, and now it's like stressful, but it's like it's doable. You know, it's part of like how like that stress accumulates over a period of time. You know, it holds in the body, it holds in the nervous system, and in a lot of cases, it holds in the cardiac muscle. So the more that we go through and do this, the better we'll feel physically, but also psychologically, usually. So anyway, let's go ahead and do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself. You can type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Thank you. So it will soothe the cardiac muscle, or will it help
Yeah,
release?
no, it's very soothing. Like if there's a real big issue there, um, I would do this approach, and I would you know, you could use a couple of different things. You know, for myself, just as like maintenance, and you know, just because of things in my past where I had periods in my life where things were very, very stressful. And so I do a version of this. Like you know, I try to use the blends, but sometimes when I'm traveling, I just use like single oils.
Okay.
And you know, just because I have like I say I travel with a little kit, I travel with several little kits that make a big kit. And we have an ongoing joke about my travel kit because it's like, you know, you would think it would be like the bread and butter oils, like some helichrysum and marjoram, and it's like four of the names of Metatron, and like, you know, it's like all these like, so I don't always have a very practical kit when I travel. And so one of the ways that you can offset it is also the use of taking a few drops of neroli internally. But neroli is also pricey. And
Yeah.
the thing that I would say is I find it's close therapeutically is to take a few drops of marjoram.
Oh,
You
good.
drop some marjoram daily, and it does kind of, you know, because you're talking about like stress, but in a way, if you stand back and look at the stress on the cardiac muscle, it kind of produces like a almost like a kind of nervousness. It's not that you're nervous, but it's like the body's a little agitated because that cardiac muscle is agitated. And so when you do the neroli or the marjoram internally, it takes that nervousness down, and it takes the stress and the cardiac muscle down. And so um you know, I go through and measure, and if I think the stress on the heart is increasing, then I do it for like 3, 4 weeks, and I don't do it like forever, you know,
Oh,
because I'm you know, being realistic, I probably wouldn't do that. Like, you know, I would love to say I'm going to take this every day for a year. I make it about 30 or 40 days, and then I forget, or I set it aside, or I misplaced the bottle or, something. But, there are certain oils that I have like in my little stations, in the streaming area, at the coffee table, down where I do healings and over in the office where I'm doing bottling and things. Their cords is one of them, but marjoram is one of them. And neroli's in a couple of them, but I don't have it neroli everywhere. And so, um, I use them both to go through and treat. Um, yeah.
I used for the first time, excuse me, was Javanese turmeric.
Oh yeah.
I did like that. It just was very soothing to me.
Yeah, turmeric's nice. Like turmeric does a bunch of good things for reducing inflammation and kind of detoxifying the body a bit. Not massively, but in a gentle way. But it's also super good for your brain and for the nerves and things like that. And the Javanese turmeric is good for really chronic health issues. And so it's one of the things that I use sometimes in treating like cancers and things like that is I'll give people the Javanese turmeric to take internally. And um, like you said, it's nice. It's a little bit different than the regular turmeric, not massively, but it is chemically a little bit different. And so I don't even know if do we have it on the site or do
We
we?
do it by special order, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
I think
yeah,
you helped me with the skin, some of my skin
yeah.
issues with that, and with this,
Probably,
the
yeah,
hives I have
exactly.
now.
Yeah.
That has become a little bit. I don't want to claim chronic, but we haven't quite figured out, the exact situation. But I'm working on it.
Yeah. And you've tried like chamomiles and things like that?
No, I have the Roman chamomile and I want to say gosh, I have another
Try
chamomile.
some Roman chamomile in and around the areas. Like
Okay.
just like a little drop and just kind of rub it. You don't necessarily, I mean, I try it around the area before I put it directly on because we're talking about hives, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So I would try to round the area, and then if the skin tolerates it well, then maybe try putting a little bit directly on the hive. The thing that's nice about Roman chamomile is it's so gentle. It's a very, very gentle oil, like to the point where that's one of the oils that you would use on little babies or little kids or something. It's because it's so soft and gentle, but it still gets things done. And
Okay.
so chamomiles and you know I would try chamomile first and then maybe yarrow.
Oh, yarrow. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
the Roman chamomile would be my first, Roman or German. Yeah,
I think I might have both as I
yeah.
think.
I would probably try Roman first.
Okay.
You know, I would still throw German in the mix, but I would start off really super gentle.
Sure.
And German chamomile is still, soft but as far as chamomiles are concerned, it's a little bit more of the tough guy. It gets in and takes care of things. Still does it in a way that chamomile does it, you know what I mean? But the thing with the German chamomile is it can stimulate white blood cell production and things like that. And so I would start softer than,
Sure.
because you are having a kind of reaction. That's what's causing the hives. And so and you're taking like quercetin or antihistamine or anything like that.
Well, I've been taking a antihistamine. I could
Yeah.
certainly use a lot more of the quercetin. I
Yeah.
probably
But at
because I've
least you're
been
getting something in that's lowering the histamine levels.
well, I have this one that has turmeric and neem. It's a I want to say an Ayurvedic,
Sure.
capsule. And I
Yeah, yeah.
think on some level that helps a little bit because I use
Yeah.
also a gel that kind of has some of the
It's
same.
probably the neem is probably scaring the hives because the neem God it has such a smell.
I don't smell
Oh
it in
my
the capsule,
God.
but yeah, that might be why people
Oh
are
my
staying further
God.
away from me. That's true.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
I just joke is like, boy, neem is Neem works good, but man, does it have a smell, you know? Yeah. The,
Thank
the
you.
other the other thing that you could think about, like when going through and treating that, is any time that you have like something that's not responding to treatment and or maybe it gets a little better but doesn't go away and resolve is there's like different rhythms or different like movements within the body. And I would say that the one thing with something like hives is you look at like, okay, for some level, the body in certain areas or the whole body itself is having a hard time stabilizing,
Yeah,
right? Like
definitely.
it's having a hard time shaking off like activity or a stressful event or ongoing stresses and things like that. And so when you have something like that, you want something that can help to stabilize something. And I haven't used it so much for hives, but one of the things that I would use for um, like allergic asthma, for example, is cordyceps. It has a stabilizing factor and makes the body stronger and improves function of like the lungs and the kidneys and the heart and everything. But it also has an adaptogen like kind of quality to it or a stabilizing, like it helps the body stabilize and shake off the stress. Things like reishi and holy basil, all those do it, but sometimes when it's like associated with like allergic kind of issues, um, I like cordyceps for that.
Okay.
It's not necessarily like, oh, you take cordyceps for hives. It's more of, you know,
Stabilizing or
yeah, you're kind of using it to clean up, clean the floors and wipe down the counters. It's not necessarily gonna address super specific, but it's like it's a good environmental, like internal environmental treatment for something that's not responding to normal treatment. And so, like in the old days, we'd be treating people that would have asthma and, were having a hard time with inhalers. And so I'd give them quercetin, I'd give them magnesium, I'd give them a couple of things, lobelia. And most times that right there, after 30 days, would get them off of the inhaler. But we'd have some subjects where, even after 60 days, they would have improvement, but they weren't able to get off the inhaler. And so we'd give them 3,000 milligrams of cordyceps. And usually within 15, 21 days, they were off the inhaler.
so would I do the cordyceps more in the mushroom tincture or would I buy them over the
Yeah,
counter?
yeah, no, the tincture is pretty potent.
Okay,
Like a couple dropperfuls a day is plenty.
great. Thank
Yeah,
you so much. And,
yeah,
and I'll add more quercetin because I have backed off on the Allegra and the Benadryl. It's always a game with these a little bit, trying to figure out. And
yeah. I hear
sadly, I had
you. Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah.
they biopsied a place on my hand and it got infected. We couldn't treat it, even though it did have a skin cancer to it, because all the hives were all over it. It just really,
Oh
they
wow.
all went there and blew it up. And he sent me home. He was like, "You got to go back." He gave me cortisone, and all it did is blow it up further. So then I have to go to baby stuff, calendula, it's,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you're
See,
right on track. I
I
need the
I'm
baby
liking
stuff.
the cordyceps even more now for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
because like that is your body's not handling even simple things like the skin is super reactive and it's like it needs stabilizing. And so yeah, I mean mushrooms are good for that, but like reishi and cordyceps especially are good like adaptogen stabilizing um ways of treating something. I like cordyceps for this way more than reishi. Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
You're
I
so
really appreciate your time on
like The cordyceps, my rule of thumb is like when it's a little bit more um, allergy related, you have an exaggerated immune response. And so cordyceps is a little bit better at stabilizing that, where a hypervigilant response, like just hyperreactive, hypervigilant, so autoimmune kind of tendencies. I like reishi for that. So depending on what it is, one might work better than the other. But this being in that allergy realm, cordyceps would be the way to go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going in
Mhm.
for the blood work later this week, so that might help dial some things in. So
Yeah,
thank you. I
yeah,
appreciate it.
you're so welcome.
Someone's asking about the Javanese, sorry.
Mhm.
Could it be, okay, what is Javanese turmeric good for besides the brain?
The reason I stock it is for cancer. Um, uh, if you're going to do things for the brain, I would just use regular turmeric. No need to get a different kind of fancy turmeric. It's not that it's like, I think it's a little bit more expensive. It's not anything crazy, but regular turmeric will work for so many things. I would just kind of stick with that. But if there is like some sort of like cancer or chaotic growth, sometimes there's chaotic growths that aren't necessarily cancer, but the body is having, weird things happen where you might be having benign tumors or cysts growing in the body, things like that. And the Javanese turmeric doesn't always completely knock it out, but it keeps making the body go to a more neutral place as far as the cell growths go. And so I stock it. I think I only buy like, I don't know, like a quarter kilo a year or something. I mean, where turmeric I buy multiple kilos a year. And so uh that's what I would use it for. Here we're using it for taking some tension out of the heart muscle, and it's, any sort of turmeric is good for inflammation, and so that's good. But I found that the Javanese turmeric is a bit better at reducing stress in the cardiac muscle than regular turmeric. So that's why we included that in this process.
And just back to what you were talking about with like
Mhm.
what this process does, I just feel like my chest is more relaxed, my breathing is more
Mhm.
relaxed. Like it really,
It did
yeah,
something, right?
it's
Yeah. Yeah.
and I don't obviously have any heart issues,
No,
but
I mean, that's the thing is we don't really think about a heart issue until we're like, oh, I got a heart issue. And then we start going, how do I reduce this? But, going through and treating it, just like you would get a massage or something for your body and your back and neck, it's kind of like a version of that, but for the cardiac muscle. And if you look at like the ability to fall asleep is, one of the early stages of falling asleep is your muscles relax and let go. So you have your muscles of like your arms and your legs and your back, which are skeletal muscles. Then you have the smooth muscle of the digestive system and respiratory tract. And a lot of times there's a lot of tension in those areas that will cause us to have anxiety and maybe not fall asleep. But also, the cardiac muscle is a different kind of muscle as well. And if there's a lot of tension in the cardiac muscle, you're not going to sleep that great. You're not going to go as deep. You might not sleep as long. Your rest might not be as restful as it could be. And so, taking the tension out of the cardiac muscle, like long term, is always a solid thing to be doing. And it's not something that you need to do all the time, but, from time to time, like, maybe a couple of times a year, you do a week or 2 or 3 weeks of treating the cardiac muscle and call it good. And it's just like a little tune-up you do, once or twice a year. If you have an issue, I would do them more. But, from time to time, it's not something that has to be forever. I mean, it's kind of like if you think about it, like how we do some of these classes and things pop up, it's like if you just do some of the free classes, you kind of get your yearly treatment in. We go pretty deep in a weekend, and then you might like it and you go, I'm going to do it this week. And then after that, you kind of move on and you got your treatment in for the week or for the year. And so, you know, that's kind of the way we try to lay things out is, yeah, they're classes, but they're also group treatments, group therapy sessions at the same time. So,
Yeah, and it's neat to see, like, I wouldn't probably work on the heart because I don't think I have a heart thing, but when I
right.
do, I'm like, oh yeah, this
Yeah,
is
it feels good.
yeah.
Man, it feels really good.
And I forgot somebody had shared earlier. I think this was in right after lunch, so earlier process. I feel like I fell asleep at a bus station, and when I woke up, I barely recognized the people walking around as humans.
Yeah, I hear you. Like kind of playing on that, like, it does take you to this deeper state of relaxation. But I had this period, I know it was like a couple of years ago, and I went through this whole bout where I just couldn't fall asleep and stay asleep. And I was waking up in the middle of the night, not like every once in a while. I mean, it was like every night. And I was trying all the sleep stuff and I was like, "Ugh, nothing's working." And then I sat and I was like, okay, is there something going on? Is there something bothering me? Is there something unconsciously bothering me? And I thought, oh, it might be this, it might be that. And consciously, I'm not upset about it, but maybe I'm stressing about things and didn't know it. And no, wasn't those either. And I was just like, God, I can't figure it out. And I spent about 2 weeks treating the cardiac muscle. After that, I slept like a baby. You know, it just for whatever reason, some stress, some tension in the cardiac muscle accumulated there, and who knows what it was. I suspect it was probably from flying. Flying can be a little bit hard on the body. At the time, we were flying a lot, and maybe not. I don't know. It's just a guess, but yeah. But anyway,
And then someone shared, thank you for this wonderful class. Very relaxing.
yeah, good.
Yeah, those are the shares and questions for this segment.
So let's do just a little bit more of that two-fisted thing with the cardiac muscle because it feels so good, right? So oil from segment 5 in your left hand, oils from segment 6 in your right hand. And then let's go ahead and start inhaling with the oil in your left hand, and your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. You're using the oil in your left hand. Now switch to the right hand. Still, your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then switch to your left hand again, one last time. What's that?
It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm laughing because Samantha is having a yawning fest. Yeah. But it's like you can just feel the tension melting out of your body. Yeah. So left hand, your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. We're on the left hand. Move to the right hand. You're still inhaling. Your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Oh, that great job. Yeah. Okay, you guys. We're going to take a break and we're going to come back and start with segment 7. So I'll see you at 20 till the hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we're on segment 7, and this is just the whole cardiovascular system. The beginning of the day yesterday, we started with uh, emotion associated with the cardiovascular system. This is just the function, your physiology and anatomy. Okay, so you have neroli, lang-lang, vetiver, rosemary camphor, or inula. The blends cardiovascular vagal tone, which is in the optional kit. So you have your oil, and let's start inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. Brain and soles of your feet. And then pause and be still. Okay, let's do another round. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain and spine both at the same time. Your brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. And then just pause and let it go. Okay, we're just going to slide into segment 8. So, single oils, Blue Mountain sage, spikenard, benzoin, arnica, palo santo, or atractalodes. Blends, cardiovascular dysregulation, which is also in the optional kit. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The brain and spine both at the same time. Yes, this one. The brain and spine both at the same time. Brain and spine both at the same time. And then brain and soles of the feet. The brain and soles of the feet. Just pause and be still. You're just being still. Okay, let's do another round. You're using that same oil from segment 8. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. from brain and spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The brain and soles of the feet. You're pausing and just letting go. Okay, we're going to do the two-fisted thing here. So oils from segment 7 in your left hand. Oils from segment 8, whatever you use there, in your right hand. This is the quick version. So the oil from segment 7 that's in your left hand, you're inhaling and your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. You're inhaling the oil in your left hand. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now switch to the oil in your right hand. Your awareness is still on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then switch back to the left hand. Move to your right hand. Your awareness is still on the brain. And then just let it go. Just let it go. How'd this whole one feel for you? Hmm. Yeah. Well, we can do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. We'll do that. We'll take a break and then we'll come back and we'll do one last thing. But first, we'll do shares and questions. Yeah, you've had a pretty relaxing day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, especially the heart muscle
Okay. Go ahead, Denise.
one. Hey, hey.
That felt really good.
Oh,
Very
good.
good. Thank you. I had forgot to tell you the one when we were talking. I had a like on the left side when we were doing over the sides of the head.
Hmm.
Um, it it really brought up a lot of tears and like I'd had like a crushing blow at some point in time. It
Oh,
really,
like an old injury on that side.
yeah,
Yeah.
or old injury or it, my body perceived it as an injury. Do you know what
Hmm.
I mean? And I don't know if the injury was as bad as that um, the reaction I was hoping for. You know, I
Hmm.
looking back, I don't know if that makes sense, but there were two parts of that. But it was
Hmm.
good because I felt like it was released. I mean, there were tears, and I wasn't aware per se that it was there. You know, so thank you very
Hmm.
much.
Oh,
Um,
good.
so this was a really lovely release. I had the
Yeah.
vetiver. Do you know if in the tranquility that I have is vetiver in that as well? the
Look, we
tranquility
were
oil.
just talking about that on one of the earlier breaks, and I looked it up. That's like one of my old blends.
The
Like it's
tranquility one is.
yeah. And give me just a second.
That is funny though. We were literally just talking about that.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Samantha using it. Like it helps her with her neck. It helps with like chronic pain patterns.
Oh,
And, it doesn't have vetiver, but it has valerian.
oh,
So
okay.
it's a little bit of valerian, but it's tarragon, bergamot, orange, petitgrain, lavender, marjoram, and a bunch of kava kava.
Wow.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you.
so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
That sounds like a great bath option.
hmm
Tranquility.
it's actually going to be in you know how we make the little kits, the little
Yeah.
packs. It's going to be in one for chronic pain,
Okay.
and so it would be the thing that you apply at the base of your skull.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow. That sounds great. Um, so between yesterday and today,
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to explain it. I have had like a big release from the top of my torso,
hmm
like up arms. It almost feels like a skin of emotion was taken away.
Hmm.
And it was really old guilt and some projection of guilt that was holding it in
Oh,
place.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
And it almost feels a little bit bubbly. Like my nervous system isn't jittery. I was like, how do I describe this to Greg
hmm
to figure out like what I can do to just kind of like move it through the system? Feels like um almost like I have little teeny energy bubbles popping off of me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Um
Um, and it's coming off the whole body or just that upper area that you were just talking about?
So last night was just the upper area, and then now it's kind of like coming off the whole body. It's just kind of a little bit bubbly, right?
hmm
Um,
I would probably do like ginger lily on
okay,
the spine, the Mingmen, the back heart, and the crown.
okay,
You know, you could add the soles of the feet, like soles of the feet, Mingmen, back heart, crown. And, you know, part of what you're doing there is you're just accelerating the like the processing and kind of what you're describing sounds like elementals or like the elements, you know.
oh, okay,
And you know when we have like these old like traumas or whatever, you know, sometimes it's just like in the neurology, and then
okay,
sometimes they're thought forms.
okay,
And when you start breaking up the thought form, there's the energy of thought and then the elemental. So
okay,
sometimes what happens is we've diminished one aspect, but there's like maybe excess of the other that is still being processed out. You know, if it
okay,
was just thought forms, I'd say go to like Poplar or Universal Healer or, you know,
mm-hmm,
something like that, because that will, you know, Universal Healer, which is just basically poplar with a little bit
mm-hmm,
of bay laurel in it.
mm-hmm,
Very good for breaking down thought forms, like, you know, in
okay,
the body. Because thought forms aren't always necessarily like things generated by our mind. They could be just experiences in the body that were so intense that the emotion generated the thought form, but it was not cognitive, you know. And so we'll get that in the connective tissue, the fascia, the you know, and like in the nervous system, the nervous system will hold on to those things a bit. And so it already sounds like it's breaking up. And
mm-hmm,
like whenever you get that like bubbling effect, um,
mm-hmm,
Uh, that usually sounds like elementals are being processed out or
Okay.
they're being like displaced, like
Okay.
there's a higher vibration energy coming in, which displaces that lower
Yeah.
kind of energy, but still sometimes it's like, yeah, it could go faster. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like last night was intense, and when I could feel the energy processing out, like it just
Hmm.
went.
Hmm.
And then all of a sudden the mind's like, hey, what's going on here?
Hmm.
And then the mind and the body started. And then just lying in bed, I could just feel it. And then this morning I'm
Sure.
like, nope, we're not
Yeah.
doing this.
Yeah.
And today it kind of calmed down.
Hmm.
So ginger lily, it's soles of the feet, Ming Men, back, heart, and crown, right?
Hmm.
And if I wanted to do a salt bath, I don't have ginger lily. What would you recommend for? I have a roller
Um, do,
ball,
do you
but
have Cypriol?
no, unfortunately, I do
Okay,
not.
so if you don't have Cypriol, I would go to like Marjoram.
Okay.
Marjoram, cypress, I mean rose, but like Marjoram is
Okay.
right in there with all of that.
Okay.
Um, uh, if you're looking like out of the box, um,
Yeah.
absinthium would be another one that would be real good.
Okay.
Not usually my first choice, but it's always kind of there. And sometimes, I don't know, like absinthium, the reason I like to use absinthium sometimes is it hits like some of the really primal aspects of the nervous system that other
Hmm.
things don't quite touch as well. And
Okay.
I kind of like that sometimes. I'm playing with this blend where you know how we've done the oils for PTSD,
Mm-hmm.
and I use that a bunch with like guys coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq and all that kind of stuff, and then just car
Hmm.
accidents, and it's basically tarragon, then rue, then hyssop, and then splendor. And
Hmm.
sometimes I'd have them follow a pattern. A lot of times I just have them inhale it, and that was it. And you know, that's really good for getting them out of that stress state and getting them
Hmm.
out of like crisis and getting them to a place where everything starts to calm down. But the thing that I would say is that there still can be some dysregulation and poor vagal tone in the system that needs to be reeducated. It's like they're out of the crisis, but they still have like the pattern within them. And
Hmm.
so with something like that, it's not trauma and it's not stress, it's traumatic stress. Like, it's
Hmm.
a much more intense form of stress or displacement or whatever.
Hmm.
And so the thing that I've been playing around with a couple of these things for, I don't know, quite a while.
Yeah.
And I don't quite have the population that I used to work with. So I don't have as much clinical application
Hmm.
where I can go through and refine it. But part of the thing about re-education, especially the diaphragm, like re-educating
Hmm.
the diaphragm can really shift where a person's been had a PTSD kind of experience or a series of them. And, you get them out of crisis, but there's still a little bit of that pattern lingering. You kind of
Sure.
need to go through and like re-educate, basically
Okay.
balance out those parts of the nervous system. And
Okay.
absinthium is a big piece of that,
Yeah.
like a big piece of that.
Oh, fantastic. I think I
Yeah.
have a 5 ml. If I'm
Yeah.
correct, it was in the Nine Fears, or it was in one of the
Oh,
kits I
probably.
bought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I love absinthium. Samantha
Okay.
loves absinthium. It's very, very close to wormwood. And so like, man,
Oh, I love wormwood.
I've always been a wormwood, like, ugh.
Would white, I have white worm, God, I can't say it.
Yeah, white wormwood, it would work, not quite as well as the
Is
absinthe.
absinthic.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Okay. So, and then just to kind of circle back so I can lock this in cognitively. So it's
Mhm.
probably the elementals flushing out from the
Yeah,
stress
being
in the
displaced.
body.
Yeah,
Hmm?
yeah, sure. Yeah, being displaced. Yeah, they're it's part of the conditioning from these things in the past is energetically as elementals. And
Yeah,
so, it would be like a re-education of the nervous system, which means it's starting to fire down different pathways or starting to fire in a different way. And part of that is there is this kind of energetic shedding that happens. And
got
so,
it.
yeah, it's probably that.
Yeah, that's what it sounds
The
like.
other area that I like to check sometimes when that's happening is the back of the knee, the front of the ankle, and the soles of the feet. And
Okay.
if so, you can just do whatever you're going to use for your bath. You could just inhale on those areas and it should be good. Yeah.
So back in the
Back in the front of the ankle,
ankle, that's what I got.
uh
Okay, ankle and then
the
soles.
soles of the feet. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, you could always throw Palo Santo at it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like the ginger lily a little bit better for that, and like for the bath, probably still marjoram.
Okay.
Um,
But I have
just because
absinthium.
yeah, absinthium would work too. Like,
Okay.
they're a bit more stabilizing,
Okay.
where the Palo Santo will get things moving and
Okay.
sometimes doesn't turn things off. You know what I mean? Like,
Got it.
you
Got it.
want
Got
it
it.
to stabilize at some point where Palo Santo goes, it's a party, let's just do this all night. And like,
Yeah.
in my youth, I probably would have done it, but now I'm like, yeah, I'll take it in doses and then I need a break. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Palo
got
Santo
it.
is not good at giving breaks.
So, do you think marjoram is better for the bath than absinthium?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
Yeah.
either there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. My my sense from yesterday, it's just really old conditioning absorbed as a child,
Sure. Sure,
a
sure.
lot of emotion. Um, and it's great that it's coming out. So I understand the ginger lily because it's, all related to the
Yeah.
heart.
That and sometimes when you're shifting the state of the body, like the
Hmm.
condition of being, the the sadness is it's like the form is changing a little bit. And so part
Hmm.
of the sadness is it's in the process of a shift, be it a
Hmm.
release or a different way of perceiving or being. And so it's almost like the sadness makes space for more things like, more light to come in and reorganize the form.
Okay.
And so, it's not always um, the situation that causes us sadness.
Okay.
Sometimes it's a shift in the body, like there's something in the body and the nervous system that's shifting. And just like we grieve, like when we lose something, same thing when our nervous system shifts, we still have a little bit of a grieving process because the body like identified with that, like it was like,
Hmm.
this is what we do, this is the way we are, and then it's changing. And granted, it was something that happened that put us in that place, but the body doesn't have that kind of depth
Hmm.
perception to say like, no, this is just like a wound, it's not us, it's not me. and
Hmm.
and so the mind can see that, but the body, it just sees it as it is.
So when that's happening
Mhm.
and the body is going through that shedding and process and is kind of bubbling up, would it start activating the mind and the mind's like, hey, what's happening here?
It can,
Hmm.
like the thing that's happening is, it's like the body has these different kind of perceptions or potential like perceptions.
Hmm.
And so, there's reactivity in the nervous system, and then there's like threat bias, and then, there's just these different aspects. And
Hmm.
and part of what happens sometimes is like when the light is not like grounded, the thing that can happen is that there can be reactions, and some of it could be in the mind. And it's not that the mind is getting agitated, the mind is just trying to make sense out of what's happening. And so because the shift isn't fully grounded yet, like the
Hmm.
nervous system is trying to adjust and adapt. And so then the mind starts going, ugh, what is this? What's going on? Duh. It starts going through the things that it knows. And, over a little bit of time, it usually stabilizes, but,
I,
it still can be uncomfortable for a little bit.
yeah, I think you just described about 30 minutes of my life last night. I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, Very, very useful. And so the back, knee, front ankle, and soles, that would just be with whatever I'm going to use in the bath, absinthium
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
marjoram or cypriol, okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you so very much. That
You're so
really
welcome.
actually helps. It's kind of weird if you kind of understand what's going on, then you there's no need to kick into an old pattern of trying to control or being afraid. You're just like, hey, we're just going to let this show run.
Yeah. I mean, you bring up a good point because like part of what we're trying to do is we're trying to break out of that old threat bias and that survival field. Uh,
Hmm.
like, ugh, I gotta protect myself, gotta find safety, I gotta make something happen. I have to micromanage something. And
Hmm.
shifting out of that is we go to a place where we're not wanting an external thing to be a particular way. We're able to just like be. And the more that you can like kind of keep creating that internally, the more that you're able to shift out of it. Like the more it's like we kind of break out of something, but then we go back into that threat bias or that survival field or that, trying to micromanage something. We're just
Hmm.
trading one thing for another.
Hmm.
Like we want to kind of walk away from the tendency, and granted, it's going to come up when there's a threat, but we don't need to see everything as a threat or see everything as a wound or see everything as a particular thing. But that's the
Yep.
whole thing with the state of the body and even that grounding of light is those things are in play until they get reorganized. And, that is what causes our loops and, affects our perceptions and it's not really our cognitive perception. It's more our body perception. Like our body
Hmm.
sees threat or sees, trauma or potential trauma or, sees, like, hey, I got wounded here in the past. We were
Yep.
talking about chronic pain earlier. And, as weird as it sounds, pain is part of a like a protective mechanism that keeps you from wounding an area to a greater degree. And
Hmm.
so when you have some old wound, you would think like, okay, I release it and I'm done. But there's part of the brain that goes, yeah, but you're gonna forget, so I'm gonna remind you. Ugh. And
Yeah.
it sounds ridiculous, but that's the kind of stuff the body does. And so, eradicating some of these problems are not just like reducing the symptom, but you're trying to get the body and the mind and the brain and the nervous system to go, no, that was 30 years ago. We don't have to keep worrying about it. We don't,
Hmm.
we can let it go. And it really is just this, going back to what we always say about, the survival field and intellect is
Hmm.
it's based on repetition. It just keeps repeating things over and over and over again. And to be able to shift out of that repetition and have new experiences is like a way to do it. So even when you can like stop being concerned about like, what about this? What about that? Well, I gotta manage this. I gotta make sure this happens. You're kind of stepping out of that survival field and you're starting to go into this other place where, hey, I can just be. I don't need to micromanage my surroundings or potential events or everything's a threat or everything's a wound. And we don't do it consciously. It's part of that involuntary, part of the nervous system is, we perceive these things on a body level, and then our body
Hmm.
just goes, yeah, I remember this. And, it just keeps doing it. And
Hmm.
so the more that you calm down those things, the better we feel emotionally and mentally. I mean, I had a friend who was a psychologist, and she wrote textbooks and she taught. She was a tenured professor at a university, and she goes, "Don't repeat this. I never said it." But she said the stuff that you do with like the nervous system, and
Hmm.
she goes, "That's the truest form of psychotherapy I've ever seen." She goes, "But I'll never validate what I just said." Because she has a whole philosophy of like how to go through and treat it. And she goes, but like it produces results. And she goes, we don't have to revisit those old things. She goes, it's really kind of mind-boggling. But it just goes to show you how much of what we think and feel is neurological.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Um, just one thing popped up when you were talking. So, would chakra root cleanser have a play here in any of
Sure.
this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Would that be good for a bath as well, or the
Oh,
other
yeah.
two?
Yeah. You could throw a chocolate root cleanser at anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Super. Thanks a lot for
Yeah.
that. That makes so much more sense.
Good. 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 Yeah. I might have to take a chocolate root cleanser bath tonight. That sounds delicious.
You mean CRC?
Seriously.
We've officially changed the labels, or starting to. So
Yeah.
it's Choco Root Cleansers now CRC. Whenever you,
Just shortening the name.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's still what it is, but
Yeah. That's the only thing that's changed about it. The formula is still the same. Everything's still the same.
when you start getting the bottles that say CRC, just know that's
Yeah.
what it is. Someone's asking, can you take Tranquility internally?
Yes.
Would it do the same thing though?
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Those were the shares and questions for that little bit.
Okay, so how about we'll take a little break and then we'll come back and we'll do one last little process to close out the weekend. So I'll see you at a quarter after. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. So we went through and we treated the emotion generated by the cardiovascular system. We treated the heart rate, balancing out the nervous system there. We went through and treated the heart itself. And then the last thing that we did is the overall cardiovascular system. And we also did like little like shorts where we did something that if you only had like 5 or 10 minutes, it's a good way to go through and treat something. And so I thought at the end of the day, we'll visit all the shorts. We'll do them in succession. We can edit this out and give you a little video to do a little quick treatment. So going back to segment 1 and 2, pick out your oils from that.
And we are posting them in the chat. It's also on that, on the class page.
Segment 1 will be in your left hand. Segment 2 will be in your right hand. And so let's go ahead and start inhaling with the segment 1 oil, which is in your left hand. Your awareness is on the front heart, the center of your chest. Doing nice, long, slow, deep breath. Now switch to the right hand, the oil from segment 2. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Go back to your left hand. Your awareness is now on the back heart, between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're inhaling with the left hand. And then you're inhaling with your awareness on the back heart, and you're using your right hand or the segment 2 oil. And then pause and let go. Now we're going to pick up segment 3 oil in your left hand and segment 4 oil in your right hand.
We're getting those posted right now in the chat for you guys.
So you're inhaling the segment 3 oil. Your awareness is at the base of your skull. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness at the base of the skull. Right. You're inhaling oil from your left hand. Your awareness is at the base of the skull. Now, switch to your right hand. You're inhaling. Your awareness is still at the base of your skull. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Switch back to the left hand. You're inhaling oils from segment 3, your left hand. Your awareness is at the base of the skull. Switch to your right hand. Oils from segment 4. And then pause and be still. Now we're going to reach for the oils from segment 5 and 6. This has to do with the heart itself, the heart muscle. You're inhaling oil in your left hand from segment 5. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Switch hands. You're going to your right hand, oil from segment 6. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Move back to your left hand. You're inhaling the oil from segment 5. Your awareness is still on the bottom of the tailbone. Okay. So move to the right hand. Your awareness is still on the bottom of the tailbone. Think. And then pause and let that go. And now let's pick out oils 7 and from segment 8. Segment 7, segment 8. Just giving people time. Okay, so now we're going to be inhaling segment 7, which is in your left hand. Your awareness is on the brain. Change to your right hand. You're inhaling. Your awareness is still on your brain. Go back to your left hand. You're still on the brain. And switch to your right hand. Your awareness is still on the brain. And then pause. Pause and let go. So that was the four aspects, quick version. So we can edit that out maybe for them and like have them a little playlist that you can do. And I think we did it in like 20, 25 minutes. So, it's a quick way to go through and treat things when you don't have the time. Still good to do the long version, but the long version doesn't have to be done all the time. You can do the long version from time to time. And then in between maintenance, you can do these little quick processes. So, anyway, well, that's the class. If you guys have any shares or questions, let's go ahead and address them. I hope you enjoyed the weekend. We always love doing these healing classes like this, the respiratory, the digestive, this one. Like it's just, they're nice. They're nice. They're mellow. They're soothing. You know, some healing work gets done, but also some napping gets done. Who doesn't love that?
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, I have one of your oils that's called camphor. It's just CAMPHOR.
Mhm.
Is that rosemary camphor or are they two different
They're
oils
two different things.
completely?
Rosemary camphor is just it's a type of rosemary that has an elevated level of the properties of camphor, so they call it that. It actually comes from a particular region, so it's a different chemotype. But
Okay.
camphor by itself is not rosemary camphor. Yeah.
And as I recall, I think we used it for like, oh, antiseptic or to cleanse something.
Yeah, the
Camphor.
regular camphor. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Is that right? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you very much. It was a
You're
wonderful class.
good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Yeah, someone else said thanks so much. Another thanks. Yeah, thank you guys. Glad you could hang out with us. And like Greg said, these system classes are always fun to do.
We have the angelic journey coming on Tuesday, and this week is Angel Cornel, right?
Sure is.
Yeah, so a lot of people's favorite angel is.
And applied angelology next weekend.
Yes.
And we will be getting even more classes on the calendar for the Monday newsletter. So keep an eye out on that for that Monday newsletter.
Yeah, I think it was a good weekend.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
Did you mean to
I
raise?
just wanted to ask one other question. You mentioned last week to get the alchemical health rays, and I was wondering if I should just get the health rays in the pack, if that's still available. There's till like I thought maybe March 4th, or that's only 5 ml, or should I get a bigger one, Greg? The bigger.
no, that one should work. Is that pack still?
I mean, I can make the kit or is yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
kit.
Yeah,
yeah.
I can make that kit available. I usually don't get it back up until but I can put that kit, make it available for you. Just email me.
Oh, okay. Is it still Sam, or am I past time? I'm sorry if I'm past time.
Oh, for class kits, they're always the same price. So,
No, it's the product
oh,
pack
it
that
was
went
the
out.
product pack.
Yeah,
Which one was that?
it was the
It was
health.
like health race product pack, something like that.
Yeah, I
And I
think that's still going on
That still goes on, I think,
through
until
Monday.
Monday night or
Yeah,
something.
I keep it up till Monday night for those
Yeah.
ones.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the
And then,
reminder.
yeah, and it looks like Lolly posted it there. I'll double check. Yeah, still on that deal price, that special price.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. All right, hope to see you more this week, guys.
Thanks for hanging out, and I'll hopefully see you again sometime very soon.